Hello world, it's Tuesday, 10th of December, 2024, present time according to my watch, now 1:37, maybe 1:30, maybe 1:38, 3, 2, there we go, yeah, okay, 1:38, I think it's pretty well synced. Since I last appeared before you, I joined my mother on a little road trip that saw us out to Denver. Just got back last night. While out in Denver, got to see my sister a bit. My mother and sister got to spend some time together. I visited Red Rocks for the first time, but otherwise largely just it was like home away from home ish. If I'm traveling with somebody, I'm gonna try to be present with them. So spent quite a bit of time with my mother. Didn't really try pushing too much for my own agenda. Just it was good to get away for a bit. Now I'm back. While I was away, I pulled the trigger on a couple of things. One of them I will show you after I've had my coffee. The other is now in Houston, but I don't have it yet. Once I receive it, I'll be spending some time with it too. The news I've been following, as I'm sure some of you might have as well, was about the killer. United Healthcare CEO killer. Assassin. Murderer. But it's not like I've been obsessed with it. Just interesting. That as soon as I saw the footage of the shooting, I thought that's interesting. You do not see that every day. Not in New York City. Anywho. Oh. Before going to bed, before going to bed last night, I decided I wanted to spend some time in Fallout 76. I've now passed level 77. I think I hit level 77 last night. Which means I've got my second legendary perk unlocked. Still a good ways to go before my character is where I want it. Okie dokie. Yeah, I saw your message. It's smart. Good way to lead. Communicating. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the follow. I am preparing to make some coffee. Gave a little update on my whereabouts. It's past however many days. It's not quite 2 weeks. Not yet. It wasn't all that much. I wasn't away that long. Longer than usual. Good to be home. What? What are my thoughts? You've got all the same rights as everybody else, yeah. I'm answering from a American perspective. It's good. It's a pretty broad question. I was gonna go with asking for a little more specificity. I'm pretty happy to talk about anything here. Most anything. Not every last thing, but most everything's okay. Stereotypes like Asian men aren't masculine. Asian American subreddit, okay. Yeah. Asian American subreddit's kind of interesting. I think that was one of the first subreddits that, around identity. Maybe one of the first. I don't know. There are a lot of subreddits around identity that I've joined or occasionally browsed. Exercise is good. I haven't been doing a lot of that myself. Every time my sister sees me now, she's like, "You getting skinnier? I feel like you're getting skinnier." I can hike pretty well though. Still enjoy my rollerblading. Just haven't been lifting. Many different ways to go about exercise. Getting in touch with your body. Good thing to do. her husband shared recently in our family channel. Said my sister is now the fastest that she's ever been. Got a pretty good pace. Respectable mile pace. I think that's great. Because, you know, growing up, she was never fast. He's pretty athletic. I guess like running, jogging, that's just a thing that they've been doing together here and there. I like my blades. Otherwise, I want to walk. I'm trying to run around everywhere. I already did that. Enough of that. Would be nice to swim more, though. Something I've always enjoyed. Looking thick. Thank you. For a long time, I used to joke with one of my sister's former boyfriends. I used to joke, all the people she dated in the past. It's like, it's just lucky genetics. We did alright. Good enough for whatever. Smart enough, good looking enough. Just fucking do something. Write well enough. Speak well enough. We've got to do something. How am I going to use my time wandering this earth? We'll call this an unboxing. Even though I've technically unboxed this as of last night. However, I didn't actually break into each piece. Do that. Also taking a moment to get some stuff set back up again. Well, this is fucking frightful. I've got shit all over the place. It would be good to always square away some of it.
그래. 우리 도둑이 빨리 와. Hey, York. You know what we should do for you, bud? We should get your special water together. Your prepared water. What? Hey, there we go. That was weird. Flip earlier. I don't know why it wasn't working. Whatever. Whatever. Hey. What's going on? Oi. Why are you whining? What you crying for? What do you want? You hungry? You want food? Yeah, that's what's up. You're hungry. You want your food. I'll make sure to get you your food. Hey, it's alright. It's cool. It's cool. Everything's cool. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Take a look at what's going on here, too. Yeah. Scheiße. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, you could use a little toothbrushing. I knew that yesterday. I'll get you a little toothbrushing today. Hey, okay, that's really strange. Huh. I don't know what's going on there. Man, I wonder. That would be an issue. Okay. Very curious. Very curious. Very, very curious. Alright, something is very wrong there. I wonder where the issue lies. I think I've got a handle on it. It's just very strange. Very, very strange. Curious. No, that's a minute ago. Before the end of the year, I can take my time on it. It's okay. No rush. There's like now we're coming up on year's end. There's more important stuff to take care of, actually. Instead of obsessing over little things. Some bigger picture stuff to look at. And yeah, more important. Oh. You hungry? You want food? Yeah, you hungry? You want food? Yeah, you're hungry. Let me put on something for you. A little something. Let's get a little something down on the ground for you. Yeah, you're hungry. You're hungry. You're hungry, you go. Look, you had kibble right there too. You silly goose. What a silly goose. Yeah. All right. Let me show you what I got. This box has all sorts of branding all over it, so I'm just gonna bring this like, so what's in the box? Got this pair of gloves. It says it's got a cut level 5. Didn't own anything like that. Got this apparently a leather strap. I've heard about these. Things that say an owner of straight blade razors might use. This block is labeled 3,000, 8,000. And this one, meanwhile, is labeled 400 and 1,000. So if you buy it, 4 different grits. And we will see. I'm gonna give them a feel. This supposedly angle guide. Make it a little easier to use this stuff for a noob like me. May as well pull stuff out of the package, yeah, at some point. So, base with some material at the bottom for friction. This also has its own little base, plugs in there, and it moves around a little bit, but it's something to work with. This, I think, is wax, a block of wax for use with the strop. This, supposedly a flattening stone. I want to feel this out. And this, similarly, also for flattening. This one's got these grooves cut into the top of it. And then flat. Little chip there. Some chips. I want to feel all this stuff out. That's what I got. Pretty excited for this stuff. I mean, it's like super basic stuff. I just didn't possess this. No, I do. A super basic copy. Gifts? No, just a set of tools that I didn't possess that I thought would be good to have around. I was thinking a little more seriously on it last year while my uncle was visiting with me, because he commented that my knives didn't seem to be particularly sharp. And at that time, played around with what I do have on hand. I've never had a set of stones. Sharpening stones. I played around with what I did have on hand, and while I was able to get one of them to, the knives to start cutting paper, it didn't look great. I wasn't really satisfied with how I was moving through it. Because I've spent a little bit of time here and there looking at knife sharpening content. And I'm just like, yeah, one of these days I'm going to want to do that. I'm going to want to get into that. Anywho, Kasa, glad to have you here. I thought of you, and boom, here you are. And Andrew, welcome back. These, I think, because they've got all of this potential grit material, I think I'm just gonna put this stuff into the trash. Straight into the trash. All right. Ooh, stuff out. And this may not be labeled correctly. Indeed. I saw somebody had written it. It was like, yeah, it's not labeled right. They might be right. Thanks for showing up. Thank you for showing up. What have you been up to? Want to catch up? Andrew currently eating lunch. Yeah, it's that time on the West Coast. In Pacific time. I haven't had anything to eat today. Yeah, I'm off to a bit of a slow start. All right, so I've got these big old blocks. Nice, nice. What are you guys having? Leftover pizza? Fuck yeah. I had some pizza on the road. I was prepared to have pizza again on this return, but we got in Amarillo. And by the time we got there, it was just late enough. Just late enough that closed the cafe. Close early on Sunday. Yeah, Gus has showed up here a good number of times, and we've also spent some time here and out and about that you wouldn't have been privy to, wouldn't have seen. I just like I thought about showing up a little bit while I was out and about, but no. It all depends. It all depends. Look at that. All right. I wonder how flat this is. I have a way to assess that. It's pretty. Yeah, I have ways to check flatness. I'm going to use the same tools I have been using. It's good. And this too, I want to feel everything. Get a sense of what it is I've got. Like this. Okay, it spans the width of the block, which is what you'd expect. That's good. And you say, do we just start sharpening? Start using it? Right out the gates, fresh out the box. I want to find my straight edge. I can take the feeler to it too, but I don't really need to. Just gonna look for a light. Where's my straight edge? I think it's in the garage. Could be wrong, could be right over here. Probably in the garage. Yes, it was in the garage. Looks like the last thing I was doing with it was trying to assess just how bad, the springs were. I expect this to be pretty solid. I mean, that looks pretty solid. I don't see why it wouldn't be, Unless they were cutting it freehand. Probably not. Like, this seems good enough for government work, as they say, yeah? Nice flatness to it. There's two. This is decent, but all right. Yeah, it's good enough, I think. Probably good enough. Just go to town with. I could take my feelers and really check it, but it's good enough. Looks decently true. Of course, when I'm trying to get something more or less perfect, that's the better. Flatter the tools, the better the end result. It's a little something to work with. let's see this recap. We're doing all these recaps, you know. Your year on X, Y, and Z. Careful. Ugh, it's so lame. Why doesn't it just do it in the app? Ding. All right. Choose your recap as a viewer. Hardly. This is just, you know, this type of thing I think is just for gags more than anything else. It's not too important to me. But okay, as a streamer, hours streamed on Twitch 904. Hours streamed across 159 distinct days. Averaging then 5.69. But and the total hours watched it's pretty modest. Like for every hour streamed, total hours watched. For every hour streamed, like it averages out to 4 viewers. Pretty modest, right? Especially after all these years and like with all that consistency. But you know, like this type of thing, unless you're networking, trying to poke at some more established streamers on Twitch, like the growth on Twitch alone is tough. Like it's not just gonna happen, right? Gotta push content elsewhere, market elsewhere. Yeah, I don't even know where I've been at in the past with hours spent. But yeah, these days I tend to pull the cord a little earlier, pull the plug a little earlier. We'll see. Maybe I'll jack up these numbers some in the new year. We'll see. It's not even about sole proprietor. It's just like, how are you going about this? I don't really network with people. Not here. And then most of the folks that I meet in Meat Space, they don't really stream too much here. I don't think this is labeled correctly. I think that Feller was right. This red part seems to be the roughest. There's a white bit that I wouldn't be surprised if this is the same. Although it looks a little different. Marginally different. Anyone mashing that? Um, just I saw some stuff pop up on my X feed. Yeah, yeah. For me, this is doing what I wanted it to do. It's good enough. But there's so much more I can do with it. And we've been there. I tried building some stuff out. Maybe at some point I'll start bringing it all together again. For now, I'm just chilling. Yeah, I don't think that this is labeled correctly. I think that they were right. You know, they show like, okay, 400 grit, like what each grit should be used for, like what the goal of it is. Guy, I mean, it's like some pretty big shit out of there, right? I haven't followed all of it, but I saw some bits, just stuff that people share, made the rounds, like the NPC Miles Morales. It's like if built up my numbers enough, I'm gonna be me now. As a general rule, never soak stones with 3,000 grit and higher in water. Why? Why wouldn't you want to wet the higher grit stuff? That's curious. You know, you got enough people that are doing shit. Yeah, you can do some pretty interesting stuff. Okay, not suitable for ceramic knives. Interesting. The more coarse, I don't know why exactly they say don't wet 1,000 grit and higher. I'm curious. I'm kind of curious. The internet's biggest sharpening stone scam. Alright, let's see. Let's take a look at this. Check the transcript. Alright. Alright, Cussa. They're not what you think. Stop buying junk. I may have bought some junk. Show the transcript. I tell you, sensitive. Or it's very cheap. Blurred out the exact name. Do a review. 1,000, 6,000 grit. Manufactured. Grit's poorly bound together. Wear down super fast. Messy because the grit material is just poorly bound together. All right, but there, this guy's talking specifically about what the 1,000 and label shows 1,000, 6,000. So this is higher grit, or yeah, higher number anyway, larger number. Pull it down together, blah blah blah. Whoops. Yeah, this much I'm familiar with. The whole private labeling, yeah. Recommends. But it doesn't actually talk about what the composition is or anything technical. It'd be one thing if you showed it falling apart. Okay, let me see. Right, just like the amount of grit material left over. No, here this dude's literally just sharpening with a brick and like that's it. I don't think. Okay, here. Yeah, it doesn't really show the edge one way or another. The guy's like, okay, I recommend this one, and it's the manufacturer or the marketing, whoever, the company that has these listed, they say that one the guy recommends is a 600 quid. $400 is actually 8,000. No, it's not. This is not accurate, but this 3,000 is not accurately labeled. Some of these things definitely aren't labeled properly. This 3,000 feels, allegedly 3,000 feels rougher than this 400, the one that's labeled 400. I search through these reviews. Let's see if I can. Oh, wow, okay. We're doing this now. Good baby boy. Other face. My good homie. Okay. Only this one person calls out, okay, the labels may not be right. And that much, yeah, I can agree with. So I was kind of prepared coming into it, knowing that it's probably not labeled correctly. And here you've got this, like, that one I might want to correct a little bit. I might want to correct all of them a little, just because here you can definitely make out that this is not uniform right away. Could be some damage during manufacturing, getting things ready to ship, all of it. This feels rougher than this. Well, this is tough. This is tough to say. Just gotta freaking play with it a bit. These grit numbers, this feels rougher than this. I wonder if there's a like something authoritative on this. Here they show this. Minimum order, okay, right. So I find this exact set. More or less exact. It's close. Not quite. Because it doesn't show that particular flattening stone. Close. This one. No, the colors don't match here. This set. This set, the colors match. Colors match, and I got the... Well, no. Damn, what the fuck? That one image, yeah, it matches. This one, no. Here the labels match, the colors match. I wonder what the or if you're just dealing with 2 grits, I think it's fairly easy, right? But this 3000, allegedly 3000, definitely feels rougher than this allegedly 400. Thing that's labeled 400. I have an idea. Oh. You're a good little dog. Okay. Yeah, all right, little dog. Okay, little dog. I want to soak everything. I wonder if I have I imagine I have something suitable for this, where I can contain the grit material. Not necessarily glass. Ultimately, I can drain everything off into a little vessel. Kind of watch how the grit moves, how it settles. That will be I think that will be a pretty good way of assessing this. Like, try running the flattening stone on it. As was suggested, pick up, like, capture all of the grit material that comes off during the flattening process, and then just see how it settles. Need quite a bit. Let's see. Bucket. Let me see if my bucket would fit this. Some nastiness that's built up. All of this dirt and dust that I took out of the car. Clean this up back in a tick. At least get it soaking. Free up some of this material. Alright, got some water in here. I'm gonna poke at it with a stick. It's a very crude way of dealing with things, but I don't care if my stick gets a little dirt on it. And we'll go from there. And get this nice and cleaned up. I could use a little sprayer on it. Sprayer, just agitate it all. So first, kind of a rough pass. Loosen up the major stuff. Loosen up the bulk. Dump it. Coming in. Alright. Another doggy. You want a bully stick? You haven't had one of those in a while. I think you'd love that. Yeah, you're like, hell yeah, I want a bully stick. Alright, I'm gonna throw you a bully stick and then you go enjoy that while I fuss around with this stuff for a bit. I wanna get my tools in order, see what it is I'm working with. Stuff's pretty foul. It's gross. Don't know what all of it is, but it's gross. Give it a good spray. Resetting my tools. My cleaning supplies. This one has not been reset in so long. Yeah, that's foul. But here, it's almost at a point where I'm pretty happy to hit it with something else instead of just jetting at it. Alright, pretty good now, I think. Most the big stuff is out of the picture. Moving on. Spines move along very easily. We'll do that. Just use a sponge and knock it all out. I'll be right back. Let's get you a bully stick first. Yes, sir. I mean, you like bully sticks. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Which bully stick you probably want? I'll let you smell all 3. You pick. The middle one. There you go. Yeah. Go out with it. Okay, see ya. See you, kid. Bye. All right. A little something for a dog. Alright. I think this is now clean enough. When would you like? Question mark. Good to be back in business in the privacy of my own home. Nice. Their recommendations a little. I'm gonna play around with this stuff. Let's start by saying everything is labeled correctly, right? Start with that assumption, even though I don't believe that to be the case. And try soaking these. Try giving them some soak time. And when I say soak, I mean soak, submerged. That's funky. Plenty of water. That's just drinking it in. They're both just drinking it in. Meanwhile, reset this glass a little bit. While we wait for the stones to finish drinking, yeah, that's just going. Yes, I have chips. Perfect. I have some plain chips. And I've actually got a good number of plain chips. Very plain. Perfect. Yeah, that's why I wanted that. That some of this stuff, marinades and sauces, I'm never touching. This, oh wow, this still got plastic on it. That's not a good fit. don't like how much I have to force it. I don't want to squeeze it in there, and this is too high. Right there. Good enough. Alright. So my first stone is soaking. Flattening stone looks like it's had enough to drink. I want a clear surface to work on. I think I'm just going to work here. I hope you're doing well, comma, too. Let's see here.
ISO 400. Fuck. You know what? It's okay. It's actually just fine. That's perfect because then that way I know not to get too wrapped up in a project. Give me something to shoot. All right, let's see. Wow, it's still drinking. Should I disregard their recommendation? That's a question. Good question. Okay, so, excuse me. What is white corundum? Okay, aluminum oxide. It's a 9 on the Mohs scale. White corundum. Where can one find white corundum? There's 2 primary gem varieties, corundum, ruby and sapphire. Pure corundum, maybe, machining metals, plastics, wood, abrasive. Emery, okay. Emery is yeah. Okay. Largely consists of corundum. Interesting. Cool. Nice. All right. White corundum. White fused alumina.
if I run this like on a block, I'm gonna want to flush it really fucking good. I don't know that I actually want to run this on a block. The head, I might be able to get away with it. But on the block, maybe just call it good with where I'm at. After lapping repeatedly with the razor blade. Okay. I wonder how they're binding it together for these sharpening stones. Right. Yeah, I saw that. Right. They've got these little... When you get a chance, could you share the listing you bought your sharpening stones through? Question mark. Let's see if it's finished drinking. Still got some bubbles rising up off of it. I kind of want to throw the other stone in here too. Like just add more water, throw the other stone in, even like, it's like they say, don't do it, right? Don't wet it. But this does not feel smoother. The one that they labeled 3000 does not feel smoother than the one that was labeled, what, 1000? 400? I don't think the label's right. So I'm just going to soak the stone and trust my gut. Not just my gut, like it's perceptible. There's a difference. And after soaking, I can go and try and run my fingers along them again. Who dis? What's going on? Edgar, what is going on? I'm soaking whetstones. These are whetstones that are allegedly made out of white corundum. It's aluminum oxide. My first time acquiring whetstones. The general principles remain the same. I'm not sure if I published anything yet. Yeah, that other one's still drinking. Interesting. Interesting. It's like the size of the bubbles, that's probably a clue too. Yeah. Fine stream of little bubbles versus these big bubbles coming off the allegedly 3,000. I'm guessing the 3,000 is actually the 400. That's what my gut says. The 8,000 just bubble size, I think, is going to tell you something, because that should correlate directly with grain size, assuming that the packing is roughly equivalent. Yeah. That should be a dead giveaway. I think that's pretty fair. So this is so if I had to guess, what numbers would I assign the next two? Just observing the way the bubbles kind of collect and dwell upon that, I'm gonna go with orange. Like my hunch, my guess. labeled grit ratings 400, 1000, 3000, 8000. My guess 400 is orange, 1000, 3000, 8000 is just white. Then it's between the 1000 and 3000. I'm going to guess that one's still putting out a steady stream of bubbles. Just looking at the bubble activity, I'm going to go with that darker green, that darker color being the 1000. YouTube chat, what's up? What up? YouTube. Alright, my guess, based on observing the bubbles, and then I'll have another guess afterwards. I'll see if the finger test corroborates the bubbles. Just the visual. Patience. And then I'll do the column. It would be nice to get them, like, I can use a really small vessel. Small vessel, small quantity of water. Just shake it up a bit, see how it settles. That will tell all. Is that working? That worked, huh? 5 years, 4 months, 30 days, and 18 hours. Hot diggity. It's a long time. Wow, it's a long time. It is a very long time. Yeah. Hello, welcome back. Welcome back. I had somebody call me Jackie Chan on YouTube chat just now. Just earlier. Okay, since July 10th, 2019. From Mixer. Alright, right on. Yeah, the last thing... whoa, yeah, we were talking about guns and stuff. 2020. The last time that we chatted was 4 years ago. Last time you chatted here was 4 years ago, and I think that's the last time that we chatted. Yeah. We were talking. You asked if I planned on voting. This was back in October, mid-October. You asked if I planned on voting, and then you shared that if you had the right to vote, you would have voted Trump. Shared your reasoning and talked about guns a little bit because you saw that At the time, I was probably showing guns on the. I probably had the AR sitting out in front of me. Talked about the interconnectedness of Canadian and American USA politics. Yeah, and you mentioned Mixer. Finally, you asked if I took creatine. But yeah, it's been a minute, and now it looks like Trump is set to take back the presidency. He's going to be in the spot again. Back again, back to ask again if I voted this year. I did vote this year. I left a lot of the down ballot stuff just empty. I don't know enough on some of these contests. A lot of judge positions. Since you're back, I'm curious about my vote. How do you feel? What do you think about how the election has turned out down here? Myself, I think there's going to be some pretty big change this first 2 years. This doesn't happen often, where of government are controlled by one party. I cut out, really. Shoot. Sucks. Where did I cut out? Sure, I guess I'm not surprised that you would choose Trump over Kamala, given what you expressed, 4 years ago. No. The real question is how do you feel about the outcome of our election? You think it's going to be good for Canada? Right, and that is also something I'm looking at. Just the amount of power that the Republican Party has at least this first 2 years. At the midterm, we'll see how things shake up. But right now, it's I expect there to be a pretty significant amount of change. For better or for worse, right? We'll see what happens. And it might be good for Canada. I wonder. I don't know enough about like the present state of affairs with NAFTA, if it still stands. I want to say Trump was against NAFTA, right? He wanted to renegotiate on a lot of terms these trade agreements that the U.S. was party to. Am I in crypto? I have a modest crypto position, very modest. Like, what is it? Something like 6 years ago, I did a couple of these little minor incentives where you like deposit $100 worth and they matched. So I got some very, very modest matches from like 2-3 different exchanges. And a lot of that stuff was tied up in bankruptcies. Not my personal bankruptcy, but when FTX imploded, when the truth came out. Yeah. So now it's sitting somewhere. It's again modest, very modest holding. Man, yeah, shit. I didn't have the resources, like back when I started mining the first time, mining Litecoin. I didn't have the resources to go heavy, just like really, really modest, just one GPU, and it wasn't even all that long. Burned most of it back in the day, back on the original Silk Road. Like one transaction, that was it. But even the dust from back then is worth a little bit now. What's my profession? Yeti Eater is largely a subsistence sex worker. I guess that's one profession. No, I mean, mostly just working for myself. That's been the bread and butter. Just kind of scraping by. For just over 5 years now, since about the time that you followed me here on Twitch. Yourself? Let me take a look at these stones. Good shit, man. That's really cool. I have interest in all that too. I have used to subscribe to Wired back in the day. But I'm more like the extent that I've played around with it. It's kind of script kiddie stuff. I've played around a little bit, learned a little Python, JavaScript, just fooled around with Kali Linux many, many, many moons ago. Cyber is good. If tomorrow I had to go work a job, I might look into that too. Could probably get some entry-level position working cyber. Do you actually do the implementation like on a code type level? Or is your job more strategic, managing? Stones. Let's see how these stones look. Still drinking, holy crap. At least two of them were still very much. Not one that's labeled 400 is got a steady stream of bubbles coming up off of it. The darker green. I think I'm right. I think I'm on. I think I got it figured out. Just off of the bubble activity. I think I got this figured out. But let's do this. Okay. Yeah, this can get a little wet. I'll just try to keep the grit material from getting into this groove. I could even clean the groove out first. Right. Feeling really ambitious. But for now, this will do. This will do. I can at least start on the reddish orange face one. So it says to do this, okay? It says I take my soaked whetstone. I'm gonna actually let it just be wet and sit on this bamboo base. Doesn't really matter too much. I don't think it matters too much. Like, dripping wet. It's all good. So whetstone is very wet. A flattening stone. Let it drain off a little. Yeah, get that wet to it. Yeah, I can feel there's like maybe some slight dish. Cyber defense, okay. Analyze events that already happening live, write a report. Okay, cool, yeah. Yeah, so this is like somewhat some forensics too. Right, you're kind of just, yeah, okay. Cool. It's all cat and mouse. Yeah, so some, I guess, like analyst type / report writing, just, yeah, it's good stuff. I dig it. Plain D. Yeah, there's good money in this space. And it's like everybody's doing it, right? Just like drone warfare, fucking everybody's doing it. It's crazy. Drone warfare, spectrum warfare, it's like, this is the world we live in now. Everything talks to everything else. that you'll be back before the next election. I'm usually around during like regular people working hours. I try to keep regular hours, you know. All right, all right. Well, have yourself a good day. Yeah, knock 'em dead out there. I'm just gonna be doing this for a bit. Look at that. It's all this like the slurry building up on top. This is interesting. That okay, there is a bit of the stone working its way into the grooves, but up top it's all this, which is kind of not exactly what I would expect. Yeah, I can feel that it's like there's some dish to it. All right, let's call that good for now on this one. And as soon as it hits the water, I can see a film developing with all of the grit material that's come off. All right, there's going to be more trapped there too. For now, let me just get this in some water and move on to the next set. Look at that bead. See how this reacts. Come on, base. There we go. And yeah, I can move around a little bit here, but keeping it wet keeps all of the grit material from going all over the place. I wonder what I'm gonna see after I collect all of the grit. I really wonder. Not sure what to expect, if it's gonna be sufficient or not. Like see colored grains. Like I would hope that it will work, but let's see what happens. I have no idea. Sounds a little different, yeah? So you can, I think what this means right away, like that orange, I was right, it's mislabeled. The orange is definitely of a larger grain size than this. The label's off. This, just the noise that it makes, very different. Very interesting. Okay, here, seeing all of that, that's quite a bit relative to that last one. This one felt a little rougher going over it, less even. If I'm just trusting this flattening stone is doing its, shoot, I fouled up there, but it's okay. It always ends up being the same direction on this. A fair amount of stuff coming off. This is going to be interesting to be able to actually capture the column. Like do this column thing that I was talking about may be somewhat challenging with what I have. I've got a lot of liquid volume here. I need to get it down to just grit largely. We'll see if I can make it happen. We'll see. That was the darker green. I expect that the noise here is going to go down a little bit. It's going to, again, change. Mellow out some more. Good to actually have enough water to really totally it's okay. Gotta accept a little gray. This is life. And this I can see some like unevenness, some right? Yeah, okay. I think I'm right. I suspect I got it right. Hey, David. I shared a couple of stories on Instagram and on Snapchat while I was away from stream. I haven't really bothered with like YouTube's whole thing. It has stories too, right? Kind of. It's not the same. It's a little more challenging for me to figure it out. Gotcha. What about Discord? Oh, yeah. I know what you mean. Use Discord? Okay. You can join up on my server. I have one. Oh. That's good, man. That's good. Yeah, I don't mess around with it too much. Which is funny to say, as I'm here, like, live streaming in front of you, appearing in front of you, or chatting through one of the OG social media networks, right? Social video sites. I try not to mess with it too much, but it's tough. I end up scrolling quite a bit on X. Just kind of curious what's going on out there, how the people are reacting. Not to me, but to the comings and goings of the day. Zanga. Yeah. This one is really getting worked. Probably good enough. I've pulled quite a bit from this stuff. I can see a fair amount of slurry has developed. You see all that? All that. This one released a lot. It's because it's finer. It's finer, whatever they're using to bind all of this together. This is just a finer one. Yeah. It's kind of nutty, like, just there's so many ways to tell, right? Like, of course there's the touch, but then many ways to confirm what all's going on. I say all of this, and it's not like I fucked around with whetstones a lot. It's the first set I've purchased. Just trying to do my gut checks. The white part, I know, this white face, I know this is the finest one. Like, it's pretty obvious. I'd like to correct it a little bit too. Oh, blogging? Dude, I write. I just don't publish very much. I'd like to publish more. Yeah. Zanga, MySpace. MySpace was a little simpler, I guess. Yeah. Writing is good. I have maintained some personal blogs on again and off again. What about you? For what it's worth, I think journaling is in some ways better. In some ways, like for the connection, of course, you want to share, right? And then the question is, how broadly do you share? Who's the audience? How wide do you want it to be? I think I got it right. I think my guess was right. Like, you hear this. Each one of these sounds different as the flattening stone runs over it. Wow, all that just came up. All that. How the traffic is, not high. It's very modest. A lot of social media is people just stealing shit. Reposting, stealing, reposting without attribution, stealing, just a lot of it. Not even shit posting, just straight up stealing. Articles, right. commercial writing, writing for business, as opposed to just personal writing. A public journal. A public-facing journal. Yeah, well, I mean, some people do put some really original stuff on TikTok, right? But I think the big deal is like the stitches are a big deal. Here's my take on XYZ. Trending sounds, whatever. I think that's solid. I've given each one of these some time, some passes. Let me get more water in here. Let things settle after rinsing everything off, and we will see. Wow, that's slurry. Wow. Look at all that. It's very fine. That is a fine slurry. Ooh, yep. I think I was right though. And actually finding, well, let's see. I do want to, just for the sake of doing it, kind of try to build out that column I was talking about. See how things settle. But that's going to take a little bit of work. It's going to require dropping the fluid volume until I get a nice little column going. Plus I've got all of this dark material that comes up. It gets, we'll see. We'll see. Oh, yeah. Bucket. Let's see what we can do here. Bottom. All right, I'll be right back. A little bio break. Whew, it's chilly out there. I want pants. Little nippy. pants. Oh my gosh. Okay. Pretty wild. You know, I've been reading up a little bit on this, that, and the other thing. Trying to get surfaces just solid. Oh my gosh, that looks painful. Air hammer. Yeah, just keep on hitting it. Heat around. Oh, they're spline. Oh, okay. Throw this back on the charger for a bit. Looking at the batteries. Using new batteries too. I have no idea, and I've like freaking mod disappeared. I've got stuff that's just somehow some stuff is blocked on me, which sucks. I hate it when that happens. Whoops. Okay, I want to be careful with this. I don't want to freaking bang that. So undo some of the work that I've done. Yep, we got some fines floating around in there now. That does not feel smooth. That feels like it added. Oh, what? Let's see. Let's see here. Where's my base? Where the fuck did my base go? I just had it here, and then I put it. Oh, okay. I put it to dry. Set it to the side to dry. Okay. Let's see if I'm tripping. probably okay. Just looking at it, that I might have actually fucked with it a bit. Let's see. Let's see. This still is not. It's still got a little pitting going on. Yeah, this is not flat. That's got some dish going on to it. That's got some dish. Just the way this sits, like how it rocks around. That is not flat. That flatness is not great. Fuck. I might want to keep going at it a bit. Might. I don't really know yet. Let me assess the others. Just feel it out. But that does not feel flat. Flattening stone was flat enough, but that white face does not feel flat. Am I gaming tonight? Probably. Probably play some games. Some more Fallout 76. I reported this morning I hit level 77 last night. Shooting for 300. It's going to take some time to get there. Got some grinding to do. Loud. Congrats. Thanks. Yeah, it's, just the grind. You tried playing Fallout a couple days. It wasn't your type of game. It's... Just don't take it seriously. It's like... While I was away, I played it with a controller, and last night I just played with a controller. Because, I was playing last night from over here, downstairs. I don't have a mouse pad. And, while away, playing it on a controller, it just, the game was designed always around controllers. Since the first one was like, I've never played the first one, but I assume it's either 4 or 8-way movement. Now you've got analog. It's nice. Yeah, it's fun. I felt. I got this. Yeah. Level 300, it will take some time, but I'll get there. If I keep putting time into the game, yeah, of course, I'll definitely hit it. I can grind out anything. This is good. The straight edge actually rests on it. Right? Edge to edge, it rests. So maybe the 8000 grit just needs more time. When I stream, am I playing on PlayStation? No, PC. But last night the first controller I tried with it was a PS4 controller. Last night I played with a PS5 controller, and it's good. It's just not like it's not a very serious game. I'm treating it as not a very serious game. Like I try not to die all the time. Now I've changed things up a little bit, so I have a bigger health pool. I haven't gotten. Oh, last night I did, before closing the night out. I got a pretty sick weapon, I think. I want to check it out. Got something that may be an end game weapon. Something that I can hold on to for just the rest of the time I play it. Yeah, I mean it's like big open world. Big open world. You're just gathering resources, which you can use to make a nice little camp for yourself. But it's a little survival game. And since the consequences for dying are so low, then it's just like whatever. I died. Big whoop. No. Like I'm not trying to play all hardcore. Like oh. I just want to play some end game content with my brother and his friend and call it good, Like, yeah, let's get that loot. Let's get those loot drops. Just have fun with it. So this, I wonder just how bad this is. Prior to taking the flattening stone to it, just inspecting under light, I could see there were these low spots. Right? In order to, ideally, I would keep running the flattening stone against the surface until the low spots are even with everything else. Meaning I've got quite a bit of grit, surface material to remove. Like here, just trying to, what do you call this? Trying to deck it. And I don't know just how low that is. It's appreciably, there's still some appreciably low spots. But just like the whole of it, if the whole of it isn't more or less plain, like yeah, there's still an awful amount of dish to this white side. I feel. Yeah, no, that's not good. I gotta keep going on this white side. This one's still no bueno. It's kind of got a bit of a dome going. Yeah, right. So, I think in every previous Fallout, when did you try using VATS? The Pip Boy? When engaging enemies, using VATS. And when you said you tried playing Fallout, you mean you played 76? Not 4. New Vegas. Whatever. There's so many titles in the franchise. Yeah, I think I want to keep going on this white side. Or just don't use it for now. Yeah. Right, so like where you see an enemy and then you hit a button to, on the controller it's freaking like the left bumper, L1. On the PC I think it's Q. You hit Q and then the game targets for you, right? And the max hit probability is 95%. And for me, it's the same. Like I've seen somebody, I watched a roommate play Fallout 3 a bit. I watched my brother play a bit, but I never played a Fallout game until I picked up 76. Dude, I don't know. I want to be able to use every single face that I have. I want to be able to run up to 8,000 grit. I think I'm going to keep working it. I think I'm going to keep trying for level. Why not? I have everything set up anyway. Just keep her going. Keep her going. And then I would also like, meanwhile, it would be prudent to assess the flatness. This is caveman shit, right? More or less, I'm doing this kind of caveman-like. Because my only gauge, my gauges, I have feeler gauges and I've got a straight edge. It's not too caveman, I guess, but it's fairly caveman. Definitely not at the level of, plugging in with objective measuring. Oh, no, feeler gauges are objective, but plugging in with tools that can assess, get real numbers going. Profiling. I learned there is a tool that can run over surfaces and look at all the peaks and valleys. You want the high grit stuff. But I think the claim is 400 is plenty for my application. I'm trying to do some machine stuff. Okay, you're used to CSGO gun mechanics. Yeah, same. Yep. Yeah, it's like Fallout, not a traditional shooter. Right? Like the whole thing was designed around controller first. With controller, the aim assist is really apparent. So it makes it very trivial to get, fairly trivial to get center mass shots. But, with controller, you don't really get pointer precision, so it's all VATS. VATS is like the cheesy way. And I don't know, maybe I'm just whiffing my shots, but you saw me messing around with it a bit too. Of course, I've been running the crossbow. Penalty for missing is pretty extreme. Sometimes things get a little hairy. Oh, right, here I am reaching for the flattening stone. What I really want. Let's do this first. Yeah, that's good. That's plenty. That's plenty good. Anyway, I was reading up on finish. For multi-layered steel gaskets. Because, that's like the project that I've been working on for a while. Which was part of the motivation for buying these blocks, these stones. It's to try to get a really fucking solid appearance, at least. No, and then doing all this, doing like. Anyway, they were talking about how sensitive our fingers are. Our ability to perceive surface roughness, smoothness, uniformity. It's pretty impressive. It's only when things get like really, really close, then you're comparing a couple of things, it breaks down a little bit. Here I was using bubble size as an acid test, and I think I was on the money. It's tough. It's tough. I want to make sure that I'm getting this right, so I don't. Yeah, I think I'm on the money though. I think I'm on the money. But this is a 3000 grit with the lighter green. Yeah, this is my second finest. This is my finest. This is my roughest. This darker green is my second roughest. That was my bubble test plus running the flattening stone and listening to the tone. This takes me in a way to there's no rocking here. That's pretty good. It's not perfect, I'm sure, but it's pretty fucking good. That should be enough for doing the head. It's really the 8000. Whether the 8000 even needs to come into play, allegedly 8000 grit. Whether it needs to come into play, I don't know, but since I'm doing the prep, I want to finish the prep. I want to get it knocked out to where I'm pleased that there's not a bunch of dish going on. Yeah, because this is so bad right now. This one was the worst. For the amount of time invested so far, the 8000, the finest grit has been the one in need of greatest amount of correction. Using the tools that I have, maybe the tool is doing more harm than good, but given that everything else seems like it's up to snuff, I'm gonna go with it can do it. Okay. It's crazy how long this has taken. How long I've spent doing this. The sun's setting. It's crazy. It means the tool is actually a lot more expensive than it looks on paper, given the amount of time required just to get it ready to work. Does it hurt my ears? No. Is this for my car? Kind of. But it's also for my blades, for my sharps. The car probably doesn't need to go up to 8,000, but as I've been assessing this 8,000, allegedly 8,000 grit surface, I felt it wasn't level. After already doing this, right? Like this is a second pass after reassessing, and it's just like, it needs more work. This particular face needs more work. Not there yet. I'm trying to develop some feel. I think we're getting there. Just looking at it, that looks better to me. There we go, yeah. Yep. I think the deal with this type of thing, like if you buy the nicer one, the likelihood it's ready to go right out of the box is a little better. Right? Of course, when you're handling these types of things, there's potential for damage in shipping and handling. Always the potential for damage. But some of this probably wasn't actually caused by the shipping handling part. This was during preparation to go out the first time. This was not like QA QC. Maybe is not particularly good. Somebody mishandles during one step. Still dish. Still not good. Still not happy. Yeah, still significantly more rocking on this one than any of the others. Like the others, largely level. This one, no good. Still no good. Let me get a light. We're losing light. So here, with the light, I'm looking to see if those original low spots that I found are still present. I think I'm starting to hit the lows. It's not as obviously fucked. It's on a visual, but it's still, like, on the straight edge, it's still fucked. There's still some more refinement to do. Yeah, and of course I'm not going to feel it just doing this. That's not happening. It's really when I hit it with this and I take a light to it. Yeah, this is so obvious. That's so obvious. The light, the bleed through on the edges. This is still domed. Right? That's why it felt the way it did. One look, it's there. It's domed still. So it needs some additional correction. And then again, it could be the case that, like, hey, maybe the flattening stone is just not true flat. It's probably not, but it should be good enough. I just think this particular one, for some reason, it's just not. Something got fucked here. Like this. Again, gut check. Right, trying to very gently set this down. Babying things, as I do. As a gentleman. Like, yeah, it's not perfect. I mean, there's bleed through, but so keep going. We're gonna get there. Lots of slurry. Still. Okay, things sound different now. Things are starting to sound pretty different. So, give her a wash, drain, assess. Recheck. A lot of slurry. Very fine particulates. That's what happens when you're trying to hit 8,000 grit. That's a crazy large number. Big number, 8,000. No idea. What sort of grain sizes are you looking at? Was it 8,000 in an inch? I don't know. It's like, they're tiny. Right? These are tiny, tiny grains. And if this doesn't rock, it's still rocking. Yeah, there's so much to this. This thing is just like, I can't tell if it's getting better or worse. That sucks. That is frustrating. To put all this time in on it, and it's just like, I don't know if it's getting any better. Yeah. Yeah, it's obvious dish. Obvious dish. What do I do? That's frustrating. Really frustrating. It's the center. You know, if I go diagonally and then take the light to it. Yeah, it's really obvious, like, it's domed. The entire thing is domed on this 8,000. I don't like that. Like, on the one hand, hey, it's the finest one, so, like, I don't know, it's not gonna remove nearly as much material. On the one hand, like, that makes it kind of okay, but I would like it flat. I would like it flatter than that. That's not a good level of flat. It's just too obviously fucked. So something I am also curious about too, I have this block. I haven't measured. I haven't tried that one yet. I haven't touched it. All right, but this guy. How are we? Also slightly off. There's some bleed. I don't think it's not as bad as the other one though. A lot of question marks right now. RTFM again. How to flatten a sharpening stone. Just keep rubbing it. Good amount of slurry again. Dripping right off. Oh, I mean, if anything, like you keep going until there's no slurry. That's, I suppose, one approach, right? That could be. So right now, I'm just like, I don't know if it's getting much better at all. I don't know that there's been much of any improvement. If I were running the feeler gauges, then I could quantify it. But I haven't. I haven't grabbed them. That level of dish. I don't love it. I do not love that level of dish. It does not seem to be improving. It's just like there. That much dish. Oh my gosh. Center on it is like it's noticeably raised in the center. Noticeable. Okay. I'm going to abandon this attempt for now because it's just like I want to move on a little bit. You know, I'm tired of fucking hitting that same thing over and over and over again. Been doing this for who knows how long at this point. Looks crazy. But yeah, for now, let me just not use that 8,000. I want to try running this real quick. It's 400. The grittiest stuff. Largest grain size stuff. And I'm going to hit the head just a little bit to see what happens. That feels interesting. That was interesting. That left a lot of really, really obvious scratches throughout the block. I mean, throughout the head. I don't know if this was a good idea. I may end up regretting doing this. But we'll see. We'll see.
Lifting off some stuff. Very clearly, some work is taking place. But is it in the right direction? We don't know. Be back. Keep on playing with it.
Working this thing, seeing what it does. Gently working it. Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm gonna take a little bio break. Wow, it's getting chilly out. It's overcast and water blocks. Oh man. In search of plane level. Oh my, Polly, you wanna go take a walk? You wanna go outside? I've been cooped up all day. Since the morning. Me too. Go slowly though, go slowly. Yeah, I know you're excited. Me too. The sun already set like 10-15 minutes ago. It's gonna be getting dark pretty quickly. And I'm gonna go inspect the head now that I've passed this freaking whetstone over it. Water wetted, no less. I'm not using oil. It's aluminum. It's gonna be fine. I mean, these are essentially, it's like two aluminum oxide surfaces touching each other. Let's see what happened.
A lot of little fine scratches. Really obvious fine scratches across the head now. A good amount of material coming up. I say a good amount, I mean, it's like a fine, very fine powder. I don't want to get all out of there. But the result with some elbow grease should be pretty good. I think this will end up being a net win. Wow, that's really impressive actually. The amount of stuff that comes up. Because this is actually hitting it, like leveling it flatter. Smoothing things out that I just wouldn't be able to do with a razor blade. A lot faster. It's really cutting in there. Well, yeah. Nice coat of very, very fine
Metal coat. I don't know, here. Just that one finger, it's like this very, very fine stuff has come up. It's got promise. It's got some promise. Just gotta be careful. Not pushing at it. Just letting it kind of glide as best it can. Let it just do its thing. Braid away gently. Where did I put my, oh yeah. All this work. I guess this is like first time tooling things. Right? If you have tools you know are in good repair, they're ready to go, you can just kind of hop to it. Ugh. Oh my lord. High spots, low spots. Jesus, this is like really bad. Diagonal is really bad for this. That is really bad. Oops. And it's gonna be bad on this side too. Yeah. Fuck me. I'm gonna want to keep working this one. Probably should have double checked it before I just kind of decided, hey, let me play around with it a bit. Like here, side to side, here at the edge is fine. Side to side, mid is not great, but it's like maybe it's passable. It's just incredible how that diagonal is so bad. Fuck. Okay. I'm gonna keep messing around with these things before I just like start hitting all of the things with this. I'm gonna try continuing to clean this up because it's not great right now. In spite of all of the current amount of time I've put in, it's still just, and I just, you know, I'm kind of like, let me just throw it at that head. At least I was gentle with it. So I know it can't be too bad. I didn't do too much damage. Just bringing up that fine, like, powder. Which I'm going to want to clean out too. I'm going to want to get that thing really, really, really clean. Coming back spotless. Just to have my peace of mind that I did what I could. Best I could with what I had available to me. In fact, this represents the acquisition of a new set of tools. Right. I'm trying to get them ready for work. Just put them to use. And from there, eventually I'll come back and sharpen all my blades. Be able to pull a knife and just like cut things by pointing it at it. But yeah, straight out of the box, even after all of that refining, attempt to refine, not perfect, not great. Needs more work. To get it where I want it. And where I want it is the best, as good as I can get it with what I have on hand. If I could do that every time, then we're in business. Otherwise,
again, sanity check. Just checking my observations. This is different. The defect here is different from the white side. Here, this is a concave, whereas the white side, the opposite face, is convex. Gonna keep at it. But yeah, I guess that's you sometimes. I don't know if I had the nice money one. Here I'd be better qualified to say. But this out of the box, and then after this work, doesn't seem like it's where I want it. It's gonna take some more work just to get it to where I want it. This one's pretty good. It's not perfect, but it's decent. It's decent. It's a little lower toward this side, closer to me. And of course, there are questions like, is this perfectly straight? It's my straight edge. It's what I've got. That is my litmus test for everything so far. So at least I'm trying to be consistent with what I'm metering against. Okay, that's good. But that, I think, was probably all on that one day too. Then it just fell off. It's okay. Holy shit. Yep. Yeah, he's the guy. This is the guy. I mean, he lays it out in plain English. Yeah. Denied bail. Attorney plans to plead not guilty. Yeah,
Yeah, that's not. It's a waste of money. No, it's a total waste of money. But whatever. Good luck. All right, I'm going to pull the plug for now. But as always, thank you for tuning in, for your support. Oh, what the flux? Weird. For your support, expressed in its many different forms. Yeah, big what the flux. This machine restarted by itself. That's really weird. Very strange. Until next time, be good out there. Take care of yourself, and if you can, someone else. Bye for now.